no, no. I said, yeah.
To the second annual Reset Awards. Thank you so much for coming tonight. It is my pleasure to introduce our co-hosts for the evening, Claire Patterson-Mona and Denise Ribeiro. Claire is an accomplished, transformative servant leader with more than 3.5 decades of outstanding academic and professional accomplishments in the field of healthcare. She is a cultural ambassador and a social justice advocate. Denise hails from Escobedo Coast, Guyana, a former senior director of sports and entertainment events for NBC Television, and she currently works in executive communications at Amazon Studios and Prime Video. She is a former Miss Guyana USA 1990. Please put your hands together for our co-hosts this evening, Claire Patterson-Mona and Denise Ribeiro.
Thank you, everyone. How are we doing tonight? Come on. We got to get the energy level up. Claire and I are so excited to be back. We're looking out at everyone, and we see you all look incredibly gorgeous and handsome. You're here to represent tonight, so let's give ourselves an energy boost and give ourselves a round of applause, please. Great. Claire, how are you?
I'm wonderful.
I'm happy to hear it. You look beautiful.
Well, thank you. I had to clean up for the show.
Yes, darling. What a show it's going to be.
That's what it's going to be. We're just going to rock it tonight.
Yes. Why don't we get right to it, because it's going to be an incredible program tonight. So, settle in, folks, and let's get ready for some amazing and incredibly talented artists who are going to kick off tonight's evening. Our first entertainer attends Celia Cruz High School of Music in the Bronx. She's 15 years old and has been singing since she was 5. She loves pop, R&B, and jazz. And you know, last year I touted all of my Guyanese posse. So we're going to start again tonight with this singer who is Guyanese American. She loves to write her own music. She's currently playing the piano, and her influences are Diana Ross, Alicia Keys, and Nat King Cole. With that combination said, you can almost imagine what kind of music she's going to bring tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for singer Bree. I see her coming up with her mom. You look very beautiful, Bree.
Show me
And so the show is off to a great start. Our future is in the hands of the young ones. And I've got another aspiring actress and singer, and she is none other than Crystal Faith. She loves entertaining others, which is her gift, and she's been singing from the moment she could put words together. And at an early age, she was exposed to various music styles and enrolled in voice training classes. Some of her greatest achievements thus far include placing second in the 2022 Charles County Singing Competition in Maryland, and being the only freshman chosen to play the lead role in the musical Descendants at her high school in the fall of 2022. She is also a member of the Maryland All-Country Choir, and she sings lead at her church's teen choir. Crystal's music influence includes J.P. Morton, Tori Kelly, Amber Riley, Whitney Houston, and she plans to pursue a degree in theater and music at one of the many HBCUs, and eventually become an independent artist. She defines herself as a fresh artist with a unique tone and bright personality, and I can vouch for her. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up Crystal Faith.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you for gracing us with your beautiful voice. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that fantastic? Young little Bree and Crystal Faith. Woo, I have goosebumps just listening to her. Her voice is incredible. So we're really going to kick off the evening now with our first set of awards. And I know that some of us are coming and going, and people are still trying to get into their seats, etc. So we're just going to ask that as Claire and I are up here, or any of our honorees who are giving their speeches, if you just please, let's keep the noise level to a minimum so that we can acknowledge and hear and celebrate everyone's achievements. As I'm speaking, thank you so much. So before we begin to present our Reset Awards, we'd like to acknowledge two beautiful ladies who will be helping us with handing out the awards. We'd like to acknowledge Miss Caribbean Summer Body Michaela. Woo, girl. And an ambitious and aspiring model, Roshana. Thank you, ladies, for all of your assistance this evening. And as you all know, we are nowhere without our sponsors. So this first segment of our show is sponsored by New York City Health and Hospitals Metropolitan. Yeah. New York City Health and Hospitals Community Care. Yes. Caribbean Power Jam Radio. And JRG Entertainment. All right, you ready? Strap yourselves in. Let's go. Okay, so an educator within the New York City Department of Education for over 21 years. She has held a position as a middle school assistant principal for the past 10 years. She holds a bachelor's degree in accounting, 2 master's degrees in math education and educational leadership, and she's currently pursuing a PhD in curriculum and instruction, and will enter the dissertation proposal stage in the fall. Currently a director and the lead educator for We Are Gutsy, Inc. This is someone who is truly elated to serve her Guyanese community. In her own words, lending my voice and expertise to the Reset Talk Show has meant a great deal of pride and fulfillment to me. Pride knowing that J.R. Giddings thought of me as a source to share information with his viewers. A sense of fulfillment has come over me each time I visited the Reset Talk Show because I was able to share information with my community. As we watched the viewership increase each week, we knew that the Reset Talk Show was having an impact because one person told another person who told another person, knowing that the viewers were able to learn something, get clarification about something they were thinking about, or become empowered by the information shared, was truly heartwarming. Thus, I lend my voice and expertise because people wanted to know more, and it was my pleasure to share what I know. She and I go way back to the Miss Guyana USA days in the 1990s. I'd like you to please welcome our Top Educator Award recipient, Assistant Principal Carla Meertens.
Can't ball in a life, man. Go on with it, go on with it.
Yo, Izzy, are you kidding?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the acknowledgement. It's always a pleasure to be recognized for the work you do each and every day. But the work you do each and every day, you don't do it for recognition. You do it because it is what you genuinely care about. Recently, I learned about a story of a young girl. The story was a very horrific story. And it reminded me of why I do what I do, so that I can lend a voice, an ear, compassion, and guidance to teach the young lady how she can move forward despite the adversities. And one of the things I was also reminded of is that we have to be kind to each other because we don't know what the other person is going through. So being kind is what's going to make us be better human beings because we don't know what the person that we might be mean to is going through. And so I leave you with something that I learned this year the hard way: self-care. Self-care is the most important thing that you can do for yourself. Remember to take care of you first, because if you are not well, you cannot take care of the others that you are responsible for taking care of. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
To us, yeah. So we are coming with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full.
That was the voice of Carla Mertens reminding us to take care of ourselves. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you the second Educator Award. She gives 100% of her heart, mind, and spirit. Let's introduce the honoree. Having earned a BA in psychology from Boston University and an MSW from New York University, she is an honors graduate and is a Latricia Jet Phillips Fellow and NIA Award recipient. Exercising with cultural humility, she has deeply engaged children and families through social work practice at the Jewish Board for Family and Children Services in New York City. As a community and political activist, she ran for New York City Council in 2017 and continued community organizing through leadership in several civic organizations. A champion for literacy with an emphasis on social emotional learning, her notable book, children's book, Celebrate Smiles, teaches self-esteem, love, and thankfulness. She founded Creating Legacies, a non-for-profit organization inspiring community building through nurturing entrepreneurs and offering families diverse social and educational experiences. She continues to share her expertise as a professor of social work at New York University Silver, with a particular emphasis on the needs of immigrant communities and those reflective of the African diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as we welcome our top Educator Award for Mental Health recipient, Professor Pia Raymond Hardgrove.
Get a grip, motherfucker. Yeah, this album is dedicated to all the teachers that told me I never amount to nothing. To all the people that lived above the buildings that I was hustling from that called the police on me when I was just trying to make some money to feed my daughter. And all the niggas in the struggle, you know what I'm saying? It's all good, baby.
JR, you know me, Biggie's so appropriate. Thank you all. This is a tremendous honor to be here this evening with you, and more of an honor to share with you on the monthly mental health segment. I appreciate all of you as listeners, to our amazing panelists. It is an honor to be amongst you today. Shout out to Judith Danoon, who did all the beautiful flowers this evening, one of our entrepreneurs from Nostrand Avenue, and just recognizing the power of our minds. And there is a consistent attack in some ways throughout not just our communities here in Brooklyn, but throughout the Caribbean, throughout the entire diaspora, to convince us that our minds are not as powerful as they are. So I just really want to encourage you to be present for your friends, your family, your community, your neighbors, to hear from people, to allow a safe space for people to share what they're going through, and to know, like Carla said, that our self-care is so important, but more importantly for us to do it in community. So I just thank you for listening each month. I encourage you to continue to decrease the stigma so that we can get the help and the care that we need, because our minds are powerful and we work together with our mind, body, and our spirit. So sending you so much love today for an incredible spring season of blessings, abundance, and true transformation. God bless you all.
It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine, Salt and Pepper and Heavy D up in the limousine, hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday, rap attack Mr. Magic Molly Mall. I let my tape rock to my tape.
I like Biggie Smalls too. All right, we are moving along. I love this. Let me introduce our next educator honoree. When one thinks of leadership, our next honoree comes to mind. In 2015, the then Brooklyn Borough President, the Honorable Eric Adams, appointed her as Brooklyn's ambassador in recognition of the many contributions she has made to the community, serving with distinction. Patricia Jordan Langford is president of the Guyana Tri-State Alliance, an organization which will celebrate its 33rd year in existence this year, and which is dedicated to giving the disadvantaged a greater sense of self-esteem and confidence. In collaboration with the University of Guyana and the Guyana Consulate in New York, coupled with her insistence that we must tell our own story, she brought communication students from Guyana to New York for many consecutive summers to gain exposure to state-of-the-art technology, up-to-date communication techniques, by arranging for internships in all areas with major companies, television stations, and Ivy League university tours and visits, all to help these students gain an understanding of the kind of preparation needed to become great communicators. Both in Guyana and the US, Patricia has lectured extensively on gender disparity, domestic violence, child abuse, human development, women's empowerment, Black empowerment, and has headed literacy programs with the goal of sustainable advancement, significant change, and social protection. Additionally, Patricia is President Emeritus of the University of the West Indies Guild, graduated in the New York Charter for 15 years, has served as a lion in East Brooklyn for 15 years, and is an executive board member of Orphans International Worldwide and chairperson of the Minetta Foundation and a member of the NAACP. Lord, wow. Patricia Jordan Langford is a goal-oriented, strong catalyst and steadfast fighter for the Caribbean immigrant. So much so, she has received the Orphans International Worldwide's Global Citizen Award for leadership in helping humanity, the Gandhi Award for changing lives, and from the White House has received the President's Volunteer Service Medal and Award, the President's Leadership Award, the Shirley Chisholm Award, and a host of others in recognition of her leadership qualities and her dedication to helping humanity. Yes, tonight we get to honor her with our Achievement Award for helping to bring some of the big names to the Reset platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Patricia Jordan Langford.
Every time that I look in the mirror, all these lines in my face getting clearer. The past is gone,
Thank you so much. I am really honored and excited to receive this award from the Reset program. JR, I know you talked about leadership, but I can talk about leadership as far as JR is concerned, because he has steered the Reset show for the last 3 years, and he has now approximately 1 million Jewish viewers each week. So give it up for him, please. I just talk a little about him. His leadership has made it what it is. Whenever you look at the Reset Award, you come away with information. Why? Because of all of the people that he has on his award show, which he changes it every week. But they're stimulating, they give you information. During the COVID, we depended on JR for real information, because all of his people that he has there, his professional people, all of them are qualified. They know what you're talking about. So you want to go on Friday and listen to what he has to say. So, JR, I applaud you. Now, many people say, my friends and some others, who say I multitask too much. It isn't that I do it too much. I try to answer the call. It isn't hard. Once you make up your mind to be kind, to have empathy, as far as education, as far as health is concerned, as far as the homeless, those people who are sad and have, as they mentioned before, mental health. There are so many things you can do. People always say, I don't have the time, I don't have the money. It doesn't take time and money. It takes kindness. It takes commitment, leadership, and most of all, what you learn at your table, believe in God and what he wants you to do with your life. So for me, before taking up all that time, for me, I try to walk the walk, talk the talk. Sometimes I get too many calls, but I try to answer most of them, and that's my life. So again, JR, thank you so much to all of your people. I say people because I don't want to call a name and leave the others out. That make Reset, that we are so proud of Reset, not the award, but the podcast that's there every Friday from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Whenever I have the time, I listen because I want to learn more. So thank you so much to everyone. Thank you for this award.
Half my life's in books, written pages. Live and learn from fools and from sages. You know,
my sister and friend Patricia Jordan Langford, yes. And I am one of those people who tell her she does too much and she always says yes. But it's all good. Give it up for Patricia. So this segment of the awards, we would like to acknowledge and deeply thank the following sponsors. Northwell Health, the Northwell, give it up for Northwell. The EMT Realty Group, EMT, clap for them. Thank you. Syncacare Medical Practice, and of course, JRG Entertainment. And now we're going to pivot to doctors. This next honoree certainly helped to authenticate the Reset show even more. His credentials alone will tell you why. Vice Chair of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the Director of the Division of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry at Long Island Jewish Medical Center, he is a professor of psychiatry and pediatrics at the Donald and Barbara Zucker School of Medicine at Hofstra Northwell. He's an investigator of mobility, a funded grant to study whether metformin added to healthy lifestyle may be more effective than healthy lifestyle alone for overweight and obese youth taking second-generation antipsychotic medications. This is important work. He's also an investigator of another funded program entitled Pre-Start, Suicide Treatment Alternatives for Teens, to determine the most appropriate treatment for suicidal youth. Having served as the president of American Association of Directors of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry from 2018 to 2020, he couldn't be any more humbled to have him grace the reset. On a personal note, now, I'm just going to call his name. Dr. Finari recently accepted an invitation to go to Guyana on a medical mission. Not only did he go, but this rich reset connection connected with the National Psychiatric Hospital at Berbice. For those of you Guyanese, formerly known as Berbice Madhouse, okay? And he also helped to craft the curriculum for this work with University of Guyana. All the UG alumni, you're celebrating 60 years this year. Give it up for Dr. Finari. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our top doctor, psychiatrist honoree, Dr. Victor Finari.
Me and all my friends, we're all misunderstood. They say we stand for nothing and there's no way we ever could. Now we see everything that's going wrong with the world and those who lead it. We just feel like we don't have it.
Where are you, JR? There are silver linings to the pandemic. Had it not been for the pandemic, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have been involved with Guyana. I wouldn't have known JR, and I wouldn't have had the privilege of working with so many people here. The world needs a lot of healing. The experience that I recently had in Guyana, let me just say that I had gone there naively thinking I was going to teach pediatricians and family physicians about child mental health. After about 2 hours there, I realized that all of the medication sheets that I brought and all of the lectures that I prepared were really not the most important thing I had to do. I had the privilege of meeting with the Minister of Health, the Minister of Mental Health, the Minister of Social Services, and let me just say that we have a lot of work to do together. Suicide remains a very serious public health problem in Guyana, and although I had not realized it, it has remained illegal to attempt suicide, punishable by up to 2 years in prison until just now. But people are afraid to come forward, not just for the stigma, but the fear of legal consequences. Domestic violence remains a serious problem. Women need safe homes. Women are not the property of their husbands. Children need to be protected. Child protection laws remain poorly enforced. I could continue. There need to be screens on the windows to keep the mosquitoes out of the room. So what I want to say is, it's a silver lining of the pandemic that I'm here. I look forward to working together. I think the best I can say is we just have to heal the world one good deed at a time, and I thank you for this recognition.
So we keep waiting, waiting on the world to change. We keep on waiting, waiting on the world to change.
Healing the world one person at a time. Our next doctor that we're going to honor is wait, I lost my spot. Denise, you want to do this one? You see, I'm so excited about this whole doctor thing that I'm even taking your line.
It's quite all right. We're co-hosts, darling. As long as we get them done, that's all that matters. Someone told me, a birdie whispered on my ear and told me that it was so hot in Guyana that Dr. Fernari took off his shirt in the middle of the street. And I said, wow, that man is incredibly confident. Well, we're moving along to our next Top Doctor Award. Are you guys having a good time? Yeah, this is important. I love this stuff. I think it's so nice that we're doing this. All right, so interventional cardiologist Matthew Jones, MD, leads the Cardiovascular Division of Care Medical PC and is affiliated with New York Presbyterian Brooklyn Methodist Hospital. Dr. Jones was born and raised in Brooklyn and is passionate about the cardiovascular needs of the community. He collaborates with patients through a patient-centric approach, helping them navigate a path to optimal health and wellness. His clinical insight and technical expertise in cardiovascular care allows him to address the peripheral and cardiovascular diseases epidemic. Dr. Jones, a Morehouse School of Medicine graduate, completed his residency at New York Presbyterian Columbia University Medical Center and his cardiology fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. Dr. Jones completed his formalized training with an interventional cardiology fellowship at Mount Sinai Medical Center. He is passionate about the intersection of technology and medicine. He's the founder and CEO of Everbeat, a medical device startup focused on bringing a novel smart ring technology to the market, centered on cardiovascular wellness optimization and disease surveillance. He's excited by the prospect of this innovation revolutionizing healthcare delivery and wellness optimization, ultimately improving patient outcomes. He's a first-generation American with deep family roots in healthcare. His father is a cardiologist that practiced for over 40 years, and his mother is a retired nurse administrator and former quality assurance director for Community Hospital. His parents' experience in medicine has given him a unique perspective on the challenges and opportunities in the healthcare industry. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hand together for our top doctor, interventional cardiologist honoree, Dr. Matthew Jones.
I wanna fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, JR, my fellow Reset Talk Show host panelists. It's an honor and privilege to be one of the newest members of the team, bringing daily or weekly insights on cardiovascular health and wellness. I want to say that I never would have made it without the love and care of my mother, the guidance and leadership of my father, as the young folks say, my day one, Dwight, my manager, who's watched me from as a child, running behind my father in his office, my dear good friend, Dr. Carpenter, my beautiful wife, Nishay, and my two beautiful kids, Taylor and Mason. Mason, behave yourself. But, you know, I would be remiss if I didn't say that, you know, I felt that this honor, this award is a little bit premature. When I take a step back and I look at the staggering statistics of cardiovascular disease in black and brown communities, particularly women of color, having a 60% prevalence of heart disease comparatively to other ethnic groups that range in the 40s. The fact that African Americans have the highest rates of high blood pressure globally, there's a lot of work to be done. And it's an honor and privilege to serve the community from whence I came. And it's my goal to extend my reach to build systems of care that is transformative for the people that need it the most and for everyone. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate this honor, and I look forward to the work to come. Thank you.
I wanna fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Dr. Funari, I need you back up here for a quick second. So we didn't want to miss the opportunity to introduce some very special people visiting from Guyana. This man does fast, good work, you see. So Dr. Funari, you want to introduce the team to us?
So I'm very grateful that we have here tonight, in addition to the Director of Global Health, although I don't see him right now, but he was sitting there a moment ago. Dr. Pena, where are you? Okay, come back. There they are. And our visiting colleagues from Guyana who have come to Northwell to learn about some treatments for depression. And we're really delighted that you're here, and we look forward to this continued collaboration.
Give it up for Northwell Global Health and the collaborative work that they're doing, and welcome to my colleagues from Guyana. On we go with our Top Doctor Award. When our next honoree graces the reset, boy, do we learn a tremendous amount. Her energy is infectious. Having attended Dartmouth College and subsequently obtained her medical degree from Penn State University College of Medicine, our honoree became the first African-American board-certified plastic surgeon in a solo practice. She pursued, did I hear who? Woohoo! Yeah, that's huge. She pursued general surgery training at the Ohio State University, plastic and reconstructive training at Wright State University, and an orthopedic hand surgery fellowship at the Cleveland Clinic combined with hand surgery program. She has held leadership positions on numerous committees, as well as presided as chair of the Department of Surgery and section chief of the Division of Plastic Surgery. She is certified in hyperbaric medicine by the American Board of Wound Medicine, Wound Management, and while serving as medical director, she created educational videos and songs and designated the Abner Wheel of Healing, which serves as a training model for the collaborative basis of wound care management. You left me breathless. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up our top doctor honoree, Dr. Monique L. Abner.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started.
Hello. So for those of you who tune in to the reset, you've heard me. This is my second time here. And I am someone who is completely filled with passion And I spent a great deal of time in training and then in solo practice. But right now I'm in a phase of my life where patient advocacy is very, very important to me. I think that I'm going to get teary, so I have to take a deep breath when I talk about this, because I'm doing God's work. And it's really hard for me to talk about God and not get emotional about it, because that's the basis for everything. And I work really hard, and I always have, but I've never complained. And I just want to tell you, it was Dr. Shelly-Ann Giddings who said to me, you know, you need to join me, brother, on a reset show. And he said, what? Reset? What I got to do? She said, girl, don't worry. Just be you. So I called JR. I said, what do you want from me? He said, can you talk about diabetes? Is no fun, you see, because it causes neuropathy, then ulceration, foot infection, leading to toe amputation. If all of this seems like a big deal, it's only because I want you to heal. So check your meds and your insulin dose. You gotta get a grip of your blood glucose. Oh, I'm not done yet. So I met Nicole, Jeff, Pia, Pastor Straker too. Nurse Patricia, I didn't forget about you. So we talk, educate, share, and teach. The reset allows all of us to reach you, our people. It's you we have in mind. We serve our God and will always be kind. There are many who work behind the scenes because the reset is a collaborative team. So, to honor and acknowledge all that we do, let me get a shout out for the Reset Crew.
Let's get it started. Ha! Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Ha! Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Everybody, everybody, let's get into it. Get stoked. Get it started.
Wow. The most creative way to reach your audience. Dr. Abner, can you tell me how long it took you to put that together? Because I've been typing this for weeks. Thank you for that very innovative approach to your acceptance speech. All right, we are moving quite along. Ladies and gentlemen, our fighting spirited next honoree is a general surgeon with a special interest in breast cancer care. She's currently the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, Director of Perioperative Services, and Director of the Breast Health Services at New York City's Health Hospitals Metropolitan Hospital, and is an Associate Professor in Surgery at New York Medical College. She also serves as a Senior Advisor to Metropolitan Hospital's system-wide patient growth team, focusing on strategic revenue opportunities and performance improvement efforts. She is an accomplished general surgeon, founder and director of Metropolitan Hospital's Breast Health Service, with a practice focused on breast cancer care, medical education, population health research, and equity policy. She received her initial surgical training in the New York City Health and Hospital, Lincoln Hospital, and her MPH from New York Medical College. Both equipped her to work with the indigent and immigrant populations of New York City, which she truly enjoys. We're always learning from her when she graces the Reset panel. With 21 years of experience in the healthcare industry, put your hands together for our top doctor, breast cancer specialist honoree, Dr. Anita Srinivasan.
family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family.
It's very humbling, and I don't have a rap song. My passion keeps me in New York, and I think what got me to reset was we all didn't know what to do during the pandemic, and the Reset Talk Show was a pillar for increasing awareness. I think, personally, I feel a lot of people would never have had any access to the vaccine information about the pandemic if not for talk shows like this. So I would give this award completely back to the Reset panel and JR for putting this together. And I would say I'm humbled. I'm always honored to work for the city that I love. Very few people love the work that they do, and I'm one of those very few people, thanks to my team that's supporting me there with my CEO. And I also work for the system. We want to spread and make New York City public hospital system one of the strongest and self-sustaining hospital systems that you've ever seen. And it's doable, and New York is the place to do it. Thank you.
We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Our next top doctor is currently a board-certified pediatrician practicing in Texas for over 30 years. In her own words, lending my voice and experience via the Reset Talk Show provides me with an opportunity and an extraordinary platform to dispense vital information so that the community at large can make informed choices and decisions. After graduating from Penn State University College of Medicine in 1988, she completed her pediatric residency in New York Medical College and has been consistently honored by the National Committee for Quality Assurance between 2011 and 2014. With both the Patient-Centered Medical Home Recognition Award and the Physicians Connections Recognition Award, she sits on the American Board of Pediatrics, and I can also share that she sits on the board of JRG Entertainment. Our next honoree is silent but strong, driving the foundational force behind JRG Entertainment. She recruits doctors, rappers, environmentalists. You are value add to this board. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome to the stage our top doctor, pediatrician, Dr. Shelly Ann Giddens.
Sing. It's an honor and privilege being here, and I must pay homage to my dad, because if not for him, I don't think the visionary that we have here, JR, and he is indeed his namesake, Fitzgerald. My dad was Fitzgerald Giddings, and he was just the ultimate entrepreneur. However, JR has taken it much farther, I think 10 times further, and he's keeping it going. So I really admire what you're doing. Continue to follow your true north, and your vision is just incredible. And as I said to you before, I really didn't know where this was going to go, but it is just taking off in leaps and bounds. And I'm just so honored to be part of this elite, stellar group. The panelists, Dr. Abner, my BFF. We go back to medical school. A few decades, but who's counting? Nurse Patricia, Nicole. Oh, where did Dr. Shree go? I guess she left. And Pia. There's just all of us on the show on Friday, and my favorite, Pastor. I get to see Pastor twice a week, on Fridays and Sundays. I YouTube him. And he's a singer as well, guys, so I've got two singers in my posse. Anyway, I just love doing the work, love being on the Reset Show. I recently retired, and my passion is children, and children are just our future, and they're so special. The two young ladies up here today were amazing, just fabulous. And and also I met two other young ladies, twins. They're sitting over there in a red and white jumpsuit, who are very impressive. Academically and sports-wise, and also Aaliyah is here, and I'm not sure exactly where she is. So the young people are my passion, and I'll just leave the young people with this. I believe it was Churchill that said this, success is not final, failure is not fatal, the courage to continue is what you need. And maybe I'm not saying it exactly, but that's it. Just believe in yourselves, keep going, and it will be fine. And thank you. Everyone just looks stunning, by the way. The red carpet here doesn't compare to the Oscars. So everyone have a good time, and we'll see you next year.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Shelley-Ann Giddings. How are we doing? Can we get some energy going, please? Can we give ourselves a round of applause? Pastor Straker, how you doing tonight? You look dapper. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do right now is break for a little intermission. You can use the restroom, mingle, take photos, get a nibble, etc., and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
about each of those nations that they've hailed from that were created right here on this land. But we have come, we have brought our talent, we've brought our skill and our expertise. We have built a civil society that cares for one another. And when we have so many healthcare professionals that have taken the time to learn and to build the expertise for healing, we are truly blessed. And we need to make sure that we share those blessings with those who will succeed us. So to each and every one this evening, once again, it is my honor and my privilege to be here to celebrate all of you who have done so much to lift up our communities, to educate, inform, and to empower one another as we move through these days. I see brighter days ahead. I'm an eternal optimist. I do have to deal with some knuckleheads in Washington, but believe me, their constituents will recognize the ways in which they have failed them and will do the right thing. It's up to us to continue to do right by one another. God bless you. God keep you. Stay strong, stay safe, stay healthy, and stay blessed.
In case nobody told you today, you're special. In case nobody made you believe you're special. Well, I will always love you the same.
Ladies and gentlemen, aren't we so blessed to be amongst such incredible, talented, stellar individuals from different fields all coming together as a result of the Reset Show. I personally am very, very proud of JR and his dream that it's coming true. I've known him for 32 years or so it's been about, yeah. So I love working with him. It's an honor to see all of you here as a result of his dream. And on we go, onward and upward, as they say. So our next honoree couldn't be with us this evening, but she sent an apt representative. Our governor's Brooklyn regional representative and New York State's executive chamber, Debbie Lewis, will come to the stage in a little while, and she will accept our next honoree's award on her behalf. But let me tell you a little bit about her. She is our guest of honor. She's an American politician serving as the 57th governor of New York City since last year, August, is a member of the Democratic Party, the first governor from upstate New York since Nathan L. Miller became New York's governor in 1920. Our next honoree has been in politics most of her adult life. As a member of Congress for New York's 26th Congressional District from 2011 to 2013, she served on the House Armed Services and Homeland Security Committees, traveling to Afghanistan to confer with military leaders and meet with active duty men and women. As Lieutenant Governor from 2015 to 2021, she successfully spearheaded numerous initiatives and led the administration's economic development and job creation efforts across the state. And since being sworn into office in 2021, Governor Hochul has proposed bold visions for New York's future. She sees this era as a new era for New York, and she's laid out a comprehensive list of policy proposals and initiatives that will help New Yorkers and their families now, while ensuring the state's economic recovery is swift and vast. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Governor Brooklyn's regional representative and New York State's Executive Chamber, Debbie Lewis, to accept on Governor Kathy Hochul's behalf our first female governor of New York City award.
Where it began, I can't begin to knowing, but then I know.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Awesome. Again, my name is Debbie Lewis, and thank you to the host of this amazing event for honoring my principal, Governor Kathy Hochul. It is an honor to be here for the second annual Reset Awards. A special thank you to Caribbean Power Jam, the Reset Talk Show, and the whole Reset family. I also see my amazing Congresswoman Yvette D. Clark, my friend Karen Wharton, and I heard Pastor Straker was here. But where's Pastor Straker? I think we spent the week together hopping around to events, so happy to see you again. Okay, so my name is Debbie Lewis, and I am the Brooklyn Regional Representative for Governor Kathy Hochul. And on behalf of her, I accept this award, knowing that every day is not easy. Especially knowing that being the first is not always the best. And being the first, all eyes are always on you. Being the first, you're setting the tone for all of those that are to come after you. And so, with that being said, I just wanted to make a mention that New York State finally passed our budget. It was a long process, but it is a budget that I think all of New Yorkers would be proud of, and it really helps everyone. And just to mention a few, because of the room that we're in, $1 billion into mental health, which is a historic number, okay? And that is really to help with every single aspect of mental health. $100.7 million into safe harbor access, and $22 billion into the state's health care system. $22 billion. Those numbers are unmatched and they're historic, and our first female governor was able to do that. She's tough, she's resilient, and we're so happy to have her. So please keep Governor Kathy Hochul and the entire team in your prayers and your thoughts as we continue to fight for all of New Yorkers and on behalf of all of New Yorkers. So I thank you again. My name is Debbie Lewis, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Good times never seem so
Thank you,
good.
Debbie Lewis, and please extend our thanks and appreciation to the governor for her support, real support of healthcare. Give it up for our first female governor, Kathy Hochul. And now we continue to celebrate doctors. Our next honoree is the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. He's also a primary care physician, epidemiologist, and public health expert with nearly 20 years of experience working to improve physical and mental health, social welfare, and public policy for marginalized populations here in New York City, nationally and globally. Since 2014, he served on the faculty of Columbia University, and he continues to see patients as a primary care internist in the Division of General Medicine at New York Presbyterian Hospital, Columbia University Irving Medical Center. He has most recently served as the president and CEO of Fountain House, a national non-for-profit fighting to improve health and increase the opportunity and end social and economic isolation for people most impacted by mental illness. During his tenure, he grew the organization from a New York-based community mental health organization to a national network across 8 markets and grew the budget by nearly $20 million annually. Further, Dr. Vasan led the creation of a national policy office in Washington, D.C., working to change national mental health policy on the issues of crisis response services and funding for the quality of community-based mental health services. Early in his career, he spent nearly a decade at the intersection of global health, HIV, and primary care, working with the non-for-profit Partners in Health, PIH, in Rwanda and and Boston, and at the World Health Organization in Uganda and Geneva. He received a BA in economics from the University of California. He has just about every degree, highly qualified. He's completed his clinical training, internal medicine, primary care at, am I embarrassing you, Dr. Vass? It's all about you. So please help me celebrate the city's doctor and the commissioner of the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, Dr. Ashwin Vasar.
Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human
It is
race.
wonderful to be here with you tonight. It's really wonderful to see you all so happy, because it's been a tough week and it's been a tough few months and years, and it's great to be in community with all of you and to celebrate all the goodness that has come out of the reset and the community and the listenership that JR and his team have created. In the intro, that very long and unnecessary intro, they called me the city's doctor, and when I was appointed to be commissioner, I knew that that was a title, a moniker that came along with the job, and I said to myself, what does that mean? You know, I've seen a lot of patients, I've worked in a lot of places, I've worked on public health for a couple of decades now, but what does it mean to be a doctor for 8.5 million people? What I've come to realize, in particular in this job, in this moment, coming out of the worst public health crisis in a century, entering perhaps a new crisis of mental health and isolation, which my friend, the Surgeon General, has also called a national public health crisis. Being the city's doctor, to me, I think maybe the best thing I can do is to help try to hold us together through this really difficult time. I'm not going to belabor you with the numbers. I think you feel it. The city's hurting. This week in particular has been a very difficult week and has highlighted once again our mental health crisis. But it has, over the last several years, contributed also to a disillusion of trust in one another and in our institutions. And so that's why I'm so grateful for the reset. Because what does the reset try to do at its very core? It's connect us. Connect us, bring us together, and keep us in dialogue with one another. And dialogue and community and communication is the bedrock of building back trust. And so I want to send my thanks to JR. I don't see you, but thank you. Thank you so much for having me on the reset. Thank you so much for representing our administration on the reset. I also bring greetings, of course, from the mayor, who regrets that he can't be here tonight. Because we have to build back trust in our institutions, and we have to build back trust in one another. And there is no way to do that without talking to one another and being in community. And you've created a community of, I think it's going to hit 1 million people very, very soon in this city and all around the country. And you should be incredibly proud. I know I'm incredibly proud to be here tonight to receive this honor. This is not really for me. This is for the city of New York. And thank you to JR. Thank you to the entire Reset team. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I will continue to come on the Reset as long as you'll have me, and to be in community and conversation so that we can together come together and improve our health. Thank you.
Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. Thereby, people dying.
We love these photo ops. Look, you see, I changed and then JR changed. Are you copying me? What happened there? How are we doing? I have to do a temperature check every now and then. How are we doing? All right. So this next award is sort of bittersweet, and you'll know why when I read about it. So we absolutely loved our gentle giant with the big heart and the strong soul. Dr. Massey served as the chairman of Global Health for New York City's Health and Hospital Elmhurst Division, having retired as chairman of the Department of Medicine. After completing infectious diseases training, he joined the faculty of the Mount Sinai Icahn School of Medicine and the staff of Elmhurst Hospital Center over 4 decades ago. He founded the AIDS program at Elmhurst in 1985, had been involved in bioterrorism planning strategies at the citywide level. He chaired the emergency preparedness councils of both the New York City Health and Hospitals and the Queens Health Network. Last year, in his own words, he humbly said, "Being part of the reset has been a very meaningful part of my life as a doctor, and one that came to me very unexpectedly thanks to Claire and JR. It's been an honor to be able to speak honestly and openly about COVID to such a large audience each week, and to help share accurate information about the safety of getting vaccinated. I truly regret that I didn't get to meet him in person. I know he was here. He wasn't here last year, but we were on the Reset show together. And you know, JR said to me, "Look, Denise, it's only befitting that we honor him and give him a posthumous award." So we're going to throw to a video now that only illuminates the great man that Dr. Joseph Massey was.
Paxlovid is 90% effective at reducing hospitalizations and deaths from COVID. It works against all the strains that have been identified so far, including Omicron. The challenge with Paxlovid and with molnupiravir, the other oral medication, is they have to be given within 5 days of the onset of symptoms.
What an icon he was, and what an impact he made, and what a legacy he left behind. We'd like to acknowledge that Dr. Massey's son, Johnny, and his lovely wife, Liz, are here with us this evening. If you'd like to stand. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence again this year. We surely miss him. We know you do too. So, on the bright side of things, this year we have identified our Joseph R. Massey Award recipient. Generous of her time and always willing to help briefly describes our next honoree. An internationally recognized leader and epidemiologist in public health and special pathogens preparedness and response. She's currently the Senior Director of System-Wide Special Pathogens Program at New York City Health and Hospitals, co-principal investigator of the Institute for Diseases and Disaster Management, and the Health and Safety Lead of the Enhanced Investigations Unit of New York City Test and Trace Corporation. Additionally, she is core faculty in the National Emerging Special Pathogens Training and Education Center, funded by the CDC and the ASPR. An adjunct senior fellow at the Federation of American Scientists, and this past February was named to the National Science Advisory Board for Biosecurity. She holds a doctoral degree in health science with a concentration in global health from Nova Southeastern University and a Master's of Science in Biotechnology. This dedicated individual has been part of and led numerous infectious disease responses from Ebola to Zika and recently COVID-19. She has more than 100 publications and has been a guest speaker at over 70 scientific and medical conferences around the world. In addition to her contributions to the Reset, she has been featured in 2 leading documentaries, the Netflix docuseries Pandemic: How to Prevent an Outbreak, which follows a handful of leaders throughout the world on the front lines to prevent the next outbreak, and the Discovery documentary, The Vaccine Conquering COVID. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's honor and present the first ever Joseph R. Massey Award, Excellence in Science, to none other than Dr. Sarah Madad.
Thank you so much. I am so humbled to receive Dr. Massey's award and recognition. He has been such an amazing person and mentor to me throughout my career at Health and Hospitals. I want to also give a shout out to 2 really important ladies in my life who are with me here tonight. My sister Saima, who's been on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic since the beginning as a PA, and my mom, who's been my backbone for everything I have done. So I am everything because of her and my father. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a defining moment in our history. And as we emerge from this crisis, we can never forget the lessons learned and what we've experienced. And one of the core lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic has not only been building trust in science, but it's the importance of community. And I cannot emphasize enough the importance of the Reset talk show has brought to many New Yorkers. It has brought many, many experts in different expertise, from psychiatry to infectious disease to cardiology. This is the type of platform we need to help build trust in science. Because as we're exiting this pandemic, we are actually leaving this pandemic with less trust in science than we did entering it. And so if we are to build healthier communities, if we are to build back better and ensure a safe and effective environment and policies for everyone, we need to make sure we're building trust in science. And so these types of platforms are vital to the success of everyone. And so with that, I hope you join me in helping building trust in science, because each and every one of us plays a role in doing so, whether it's talking to friends and colleagues, sharing science and evidence-based information, and the like. So with that, thank you all so much, and I hope you enjoy your evening.
Two things. I'm not gonna take any time, but when Dr. Massey joined the platform, and we were looking for an epidemiologist, Nicole recommended Dr. Sarah Madad. And then when I looked at her credentials, I said, oh wow, if I could get her to come to this platform, man, I will be on par with CNN, CNBC, MSNBC. And every time I turn on the TV and I see Dr. Madad, I'm like, wow, I think we have arrived. So it's only fitting that you get the Joseph R. Massey Award tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madad. This is bittersweet for me. And to Dr. Massey's family and his work family, please, I want to acknowledge the Department of Medicine from New York City Health and Hospitals, Elmhurst. Give it up. Dr. Paula Carr, I see Dr. My goodness, this is an aging process. I know your name, it just doesn't come. I see, yes, Dr. Salima. Yes, I see Paula, I see Dr. Curcio, and you know, it's just a big family, and we just want to thank you for your support. Give it up for New York City Health and Hospitals, Elmhurst. And while we're celebrating, I want to celebrate some people who show up this platform every week. And to our sponsors, Northwell Health, EMT Realty, Syncu Care Medical Practice, and JRG Entertainment. Thank you so much. You just help build this community and make it stronger. So now we move to our COVID warriors. I want to think of our next honoree as brave, strong, determined, and steadfast. Arlene Ramirez, MSN, RN, CCRN, is the Senior Director of Patient Care for the Division of Nursing at LIJ Valley Stream Northwell Health System in New York. In her current role, she's responsible for the quality and clinical operations of the emergency department. Arlene has 18 years of nursing experience, 15 years of experience in leadership, and she completed her graduate studies in nursing executive leadership and management at the Walden University, where she received her undergraduate degree from Utica College and associate's degree in applied sciences from Queensborough Community College. She was the first Northwell team member to receive the Moderna vaccine on December 21st, 2020. What an amazing gift to yourself. Clap her for that. Thank you. She volunteered to be the first after enduring several COVID-19 illnesses and losing her dad to COVID. Since being vaccinated, she took every opportunity to communicate and to tell everyone about the importance of public safety through various media channels such as our own Caribbean Power Jam, CNN, Univision, National, Telemundo, Al Jazeera, US, nice, Channel 12, Fox, ABC, NBC, and the Korean Broadcast Channel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome up our 2023 Reset COVID Hero Award recipient, Arlene Ramirez.
They said I would never make it, but they said I would never make it, but I was built to break the mold. The only dream that I've been chasing is my own. So I sing a song for the hustlers trading at the bus stop, single mothers waiting on a check to come.
Thank you, everyone. I'm double flattered for the recognition and to be recognized amongst such special honorees. I don't have too many fond memories of 3 years ago, but one that I savor very much was having the opportunity to be the first Moderna vaccine after my colleague Sandra Lindsay was the first Pfizer, being vaccinated by Dr. Chester. And yes, and taking every opportunity that I was given to educate, to support, to get to our communities. And after enduring so much frustration, being at the front lines and seeing so much illness and loss, I think that's where I received the most fulfillment. So thank you very much, J.R. Giddings, for the opportunity to be recognized. And this only teaches me, being here, that we have so much power with our voice and our communications. Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
They said I would never make it, but I was built to break the mold. The only dream that I've been chasing is my own. So I sing a song for the hustlers trading at the bus stop, single mothers waiting on a check to come, young teachers, student doctors.
Oh, look, Jordan Giddings is in the house. How dapper is he looking this evening? Okay, Okay. I may have to call you up on stage. All right, we are moving along with our COVID heroes and warriors with our next honoree. Now, when I read this next honoree's credentials, I literally had to stop and ask myself, what have I been doing with my time? Let me share them with you. He received a Bachelor of Science with a chemistry concentration in 1990 from the University of Guyana. He received a Master's of Science with a microbiology immunology concentration in 2000 from New York's Medical College, and received a Master's of Science with a chemical engineering concentration in 2012. Over the last 30 years, Vidya Rupchan has worked in the Vaccine Research and Development Division at Pfizer. I mean, how cool. He has expertise in several areas of vaccine research and development, including, and I must mention, when I was writing this up, I actually had to go on Google to figure out what half of this was, but including scale-up, fermentation, immunology, protein chemistry. Over the years, his efforts has focused on several viral and bacterial vaccine candidates, such as polio, RSV, HSV, HIV, HCV, HCMV, and most recently, he led the production of SARS-CoV-2 under BSL-3 conditions in viral vaccines research in support of all SARS-CoV-2 testing with Pfizer. You see what I mean? And it's not surprising that he's still continually curious. He's also very interested in increasing his knowledge in the regulatory process that is relevant to vaccines and biologics. He's a designated mentor for new Pfizer employees who are of Caribbean and African origins. When does this man sleep? And he just came to tell me that he and a group of beautiful ladies over there were my teachers back in Essequibo, Guyana, and they remembered which bus I used to get off of. How small is this world? Anyway, I am so honored to have come to the stage to collect his Top Scientist Award, Pfizer's Senior Principal Scientist honoree, Mr. Vidya Rupchan.
If they say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why, does it do it that way? If they say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why, does it do it that way?
Thank you very much. It's great to see Denise after a long time. The last time I saw her was when she was getting off the school bus, maybe in '83, and I remember that because I was the bus conductor. It's wonderful to be here at the Reset Awards. I am especially delighted to be representing Pfizer and all of the vaccine researchers there. I'd like to thank Fitzgerald Giddings and Patricia Langford for reaching out to me. I am especially delighted to be meeting for the first time my 3 Caribbean COVID warrior sisters. Dr. Sandra Lindsay, who was the first person to receive the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. Dr. Michelle Chester, somewhere over there, who administered the vaccine to Sandra Lindsay. Nurse Patricia Cummings, who administered the Moderna vaccine to the Vice President, Kamala Harris. I guess that the needles didn't sting because Sandra Lindsay is still speaking to Michelle Chester, and the Secret Service didn't arrest Patricia Cummings after she immunized the Vice President. Well, I am especially delighted to meet these ladies because our pictures are usually features on the same page in the Caribbean newspapers, but I've never met any of them until tonight. So even if this was not a formal event, I still would have gotten dressed up. But this award is not a result of my efforts only. It's also the result of everyone who's had input to my life, starting with my parents and my grandparents, the people in my village, my relatives, my friends, my teachers at the San Souci Methodist School, the Anne Regina Multilateral School, represented right over there at table 50, Miss Mangat, Miss Argyle, and Miss Roxanne Hazler there. My teachers at the University of Guyana, the New York Medical College, Columbia University, and of course my colleagues at Pfizer, my wife, my kids, and my mother-in-law. Many of these awardees here tonight are of Caribbean origin, and I think that in itself is a validation of the educational and social foundation which we received in the Caribbean and brought with us to America. And the rich diversity of all of the honorees, whether they're Caribbean or not, shows how diverse cultures and disciplines can all enrich American society. And it's also a resounding demonstration of what immigration brings to America. Because so many of us are immigrants. And as President Reagan said, and I'm going to quote him, I don't want to misquote him. I wrote it down here. He said, "The history of these United States is indeed a history of individual achievement and achievements of immigrants. It was their hard work that built our cities and formed our prairies, and their genius that pushed us beyond the boundaries of existing knowledge, reshaping our world by changing it with the steam engine, the polio vaccine, and the silicon chip." So immigrants have always enriched American society. And it wasn't only Ronald Reagan that recognized that. John F. Kennedy also said that. And I'm going to read what he said. I don't want to misquote Mr. Kennedy. And he said, "Everywhere, immigrants have enriched the fabric of American society," end quote. What we're seeing here after the COVID experience wasn't just due to the vaccine. There were other things that were going on outside of vaccine research, especially in those areas that were deemed essential. People in public health, in infrastructure, people who were ensuring that people got food, people who were battling everything else that couldn't be shut down. So the vaccine was just part of the story. It took a unified effort which galvanized entire societies to end this pandemic. So science alone did not end this pandemic. Society also helped to end this pandemic. And it's something that everybody should be proud of. And I'm sure that this tradition of immigrants assimilating into American society and making positive contributions to American society is going to continue for generations to come. Thank you.
If they say why, tell them that it's human nature.
Thank you. Oh boy, you make me proper proud. Translated, we are enormously proud of you, Dr. Rupche. So moving on with our COVID warriors, what can we say about our next honoree? She's smart, dynamic, engaging, and dedicated to her craft. Patricia Cummins is a passionate nurse executive and professional with over 18 years of experience in acute and public health. Her nursing career has allowed her to venture into various aspects of the health spectrum, including acute care nursing, home care, consultation, case management, and executive leadership. Patricia is a proud alum of the historic CUNY Medgar Evers College in Brooklyn in the house, yeah, where she received her undergraduate degree in nursing in 2005. She went on to achieve her graduate degree in nurse executive leadership from Walden University with a GPA of 4.0. She gets the work done well, and is set to commence her doctoral studies in healthcare administration in the fall of 2023. She currently works as an executive nurse leader at the historic Howard University Hospital in Washington, D.C., where she oversees several medical surgical units. One of the greatest highlights of Patricia's career to date is that she had been selected to inoculate Vice President Kamala Harris with her first dose of COVID-19 vaccine and her weekly contribution to the Reset Show. Outside of her professional arena, Nurse Patricia is a wife, mother of 2 children. You heard from her daughter, Crystal Faith, tonight, so you know that, mommy's got it going on. She's an ordained minister and entrepreneur with an interest in event planning. Excuse me. She's fluent in 3 languages. She loves to cook. She loves to dance. She loves to travel. She's well-rounded in so many ways. Her main influences include Michelle Obama, John C. Maxwell, and Jesus Christ. Some of her future goals are to become a senior executive leader in her own health wellness company, conduct missionary work in parts of Africa, and I would add, welcome to Guyana, please add that to your list, and to establish foundation for indigent women and children. Ladies and gentlemen, an emphatic round of applause for our Healthcare Hero Award recipient, Nurse Patricia Cummins.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for this honor. I would first like to say thank you to JR for being the visionary behind the Reset platform. It's one thing for someone to have an idea, and then it's another thing for them to see it through to fruition. And JR, that is exactly what you have done. So thank you for allowing me to be a small piece of something big. I appreciate it. So many of the fellow panelists that have gone before me tonight have talked about kindness and empathy and selflessness, and that is truly what we do as panelists on the Reset Talk Show. One of my favorite thought leaders, John C. Maxwell, he says, he who thinks he is a leader and has no followers is simply taking a walk. And, the significance of that thought is that, let me talk to my young people for a second. So all of you on social media, what makes you popular is how many followers you have, correct? And so when I talk about followers in terms of leadership, I'm not talking about how many likes you have and how many clicks you have. I'm talking about how many people you're able to influence in a positive way. And so every Friday when we get together, that is what we're able to do. I am just so grateful for that. And I just want to encourage our young people. That is my passion. I know Dr. Giddens did it, but that is my passion. I have a passion for young people. I have a passion for women and children. And I just want to encourage you to pursue what is within your heart. Be diligent, be steadfast, and do not be distracted by all of the things that the world has to offer. It is so difficult for our children in this day and age. I can talk about my 14-year-old. When I talk with her about situations, she says, but Mom, you didn't have it like I have it in this day, and that is so true. Social media has become such an overwhelming thing, and Professor Pia talks about it when she talks about mental health and wellness. Our children feel so compelled to subscribe to society's ideologies of what they should look like, what they should be like, what they should think like. And so I encourage parents to speak to your children, talk with them, and let them know that they can be set apart, they can be unique, and they can be exactly who God created them to be. Again, thank you so much, JR, for allowing me to be a small piece of such a big work, and I'm truly grateful. Thank you so much.
Woo, our night is getting better and better. We're building up. How are we feeling? Can we just do a little physiology and stand up and clap for a little bit? Stand up, everybody. Come on. Just change the physiology. Let's get movement. Yes. Look how beautiful you are. Thank you for coming out tonight. We so appreciate you guys. Awesome. Thank you for indulging me. I appreciate that. How do you feel? Blood flowing through the body now. All right. I get the distinct pleasure of introducing our next COVID warrior, Dr. Michelle Chester is Senior Director of Operations for Employee Health Services at Northwell Health and has over 25 years of experience in healthcare. Dr. Chester oversees operational employee health services activities throughout Northwell Health by designing and leading the implementation of strategic goals and performance improvement plans. Dr. Chester is a leader of leaders, and her exceptional operations and clinical skills are central to every endeavor she executes. She has successfully led departments in building programs to create excellence. She's led mergers and acquisitions of new hospitals and ambulatory practices acquired by Northwell from a clinical perspective, and serves as one of the council members for the Diversity and Inclusion Council at Northwell Health. Dr. Chester was integral to the success of Northwell Health's COVID-19 response. She administered the first dose of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine in the United States, as well as the first Moderna vaccine in New York State. She successfully launched COVID testing protocols for all Northwell team members and their families, along with COVID vaccination services throughout the pandemic. She was honored and received the Premier Business Women of Long Island Award for 2023. Dr. Chester presented the first ever prestigious Daisy Award to a Caribbean nurse in Guyana in 2023. She's a Rutgers University School of Nursing alum, having completed her Doctor of Nursing practice there. She is an MSN family nurse practitioner at SUNY Downstate Medical School and a BSN at SUNY Downstate Medical School as well. In the past, she served as the Associate Executive Director of Perioperative Services of Northwell Health at the Long Island Jewish Medical Center. And prior to this role, Michelle was Director of the Operating Room at Northwell Health, LIJ-MC. She was also the Assistant Director of the Operating Room there. Family nurse practitioner at New York Methodist Hospital and Director of Surgical Services there as well. What an incredible list of credentials. Dr. Chester's biography and work during the COVID pandemic is memorialized in the Smithsonian Museum. She received the Premier 2023 Businesswoman of the Year Award from the Long Island Herald. She is a dedicated mother of 4 beautiful children, Winston, William, Khalil, and Salandra, and wife to a wonderful husband, Solomon Andre Chester Jr. We are so honored to have her here tonight. Please let's welcome our Impact Award, administered the first ever COVID vaccine honoree, Dr. Michelle Chester.
Good evening, everyone. This is the day the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. First of all, JR, thank you so much. I'm not sure where you disappeared to, but thank you so much for this honor. I want to give thanks because the work that we have done throughout the pandemic, I did not do it alone. There are people here that understand what we did and what we had to go through. First of all, I came to this country, my grandfather brought me from Guyana. So blessings to him, Josephus Flavius Domingo. May his soul rest in peace. My aunt, Shirley Billy, my idol, who guided me throughout my entire career. One of the things that everyone spoke about was self-care. I want to speak about support. I want to speak about family. Because again, I would not be here if it wasn't for the grace of God, if it wasn't for the grace of family standing and having my back. So to my husband, Solomon Andre Chester Jr., who stood with me from day one. I want to thank my children, Winston, William, Khalil, Salandra. Again, they're beautiful children, and I'm so proud of them all. I want to thank my family that's here, the Chesters, the Barnwells, the Lampkins, the Freemans, the Smalls. Thank you all for your undying support with everything that we do. Most of all, when we were fighting COVID, again, it wasn't myself. It was individuals that stood by me and with me through 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week. Northwell is over 20 hospitals strong, 900 ambulatory sites. That's over 80,000 team members that we had to take care of. Coming from the east, the west, the north, and the south, we took care of them. I want to ask Denise Brady to please stand up, and Denise Weatherborn to stand up, and Lorraine Chambers Lewis to stand up. These are just some of the individuals that worked with me side by side to get it done. The day that I administered the first COVID vaccine, I was out east, and I'm getting phone calls. We're setting up COVID testing sites. The vaccine has arrived, and all I'm looking at my watch like, what's the big deal? I'll get there. And when I got there, I met Sandra Lindsay for the first time, and all the other individuals that were there that received the vaccine as well. And it was bittersweet because I truly didn't understand what I was doing at the time until it was all over. And then everyone kept saying, do you realize what you've just done? And I said, I just did my job. But it was more than that. I'm leaving a legacy for my children and my children's children in years to come. And I'm so thankful for this honor. JR, once again, thank you for that call and the recognition. And I give it all to the man above. Thank you.
Okay, so full disclosure, I had a wardrobe malfunction, so the best I can do is change my accessories. Okay. Moving on. She's becoming recognized as the first person, or she has become recognized as the first person to be vaccinated against COVID-19. Our next honoree has become a vocal advocate in support of vaccinations, dispelling misinformation, and a supporter of medical research and global equity. She has been recognized by President Joe Biden at the White House. She's met with the President of the UN, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and served as Grand Marshal in New York's Homecoming Heroes Parade. On July 7, 2022, Dr. Lindsay was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor by President Joe Biden during a special ceremony. Among 16 other outstanding individuals. On August 6, 2022, His Excellency, the Governor General of Jamaica, conferred the honor of the Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander, CD, on Dr. Lindsay for her contribution to public health and the campaign against COVID-19. Give it up for Sandra Lindsay, OD. Not yet. There's more. There's more. There's more. She has more than 28 years of nursing experience, most of which have been in critical care, and currently serves as the Vice President of Public Health Advocacy, Northwell Health, Queens, New York. Dr. Lindsay's educational accomplishments includes a bachelor's degree in nursing from St. Joseph's College, a master's of science in nursing from Lehman College, where she was the 2022 commencement speaker, and she also earned a master's of business administration from Hofstra. And in May 2021, completed her Doctor of Health Sciences degree with a concentration in global health and leadership and organizational behavior from A.T. Still University. Of Jamaican descent, and having been raised by her grandparents with respect and to admire this brave pioneering woman, the Caribbean Heritage Organization awarded her with the 2021 Robert Nesta Marley Humanitarian Award, Jamaican Cultural Alliance Trailblazer Award. When Dr. Lindsay is not engaging in lifelong learning or working, she enjoys adventurous travels, visiting family and friends in her homeland, Jamaica, reading books and articles on gardening. I would like to invite up the Consul General of Jamaica, New York, Alcian Wilson, OD, who has joined us here with her husband this evening. Come on up, CG. Hold on, you ain't got no Bob Marley? Seriously. Anyway, I also want to invite up our Congresswoman, Eva Diane Clark. Is a Jamaican thing, you see, okay? Give it up for the Yachties and give it up for our resounding welcome to the Pinnacle Award, first person to receive the COVID-19 vaccination, the honoree Dr. Lindsay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. JR and the Reset team, thank you so much for this extraordinary recognition. Congratulations to my fellow honorees. I'd like to express my gratitude to my colleague, honoree, and fellow history maker, Dr. Michelle Chester. Dr. Chester made history with me on December 14th, 2020, when she administered the shot that was felt around the world. the first vaccine against COVID-19 in the United States outside of a clinical trial. I did not get to this point in my life or career alone. I would like to thank my parents and grandparents for their unwavering love, support, and wisdom. My amazing family and friends and mentors, many of whom are here with me tonight. Thank you. My heartbeat, my son Kadeem, who taught me so many lessons about myself, unconditional love, patience, and the importance of allowing people to be themselves. Thank you to our Consul General of my homeland, Jamaica. I'm 100% Jamaican. And Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, what a pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. Mrs. Alcione Roach Wilson and her husband Omar are here to support me. Thank you for being a friend and one of my biggest supporters. Our Consul General is one of the hardest working women I know. You work tirelessly to support the Jamaican diaspora under your purview, and we appreciate you. Thank you for being here. She's been up since 2 a.m., guys, and look how fabulous she looks. And last, but certainly not least, my Northwell family. Anybody here from Northwell? I would not have survived, especially the past 3 years, had it not been for your love and support. Thank you. And finally, as the VP of Public Health Advocacy for Northwell Health, I would be remiss if I did not leave you with a public health message. And you will notice a trend here, and I can tell you that the honorees didn't get together and share notes. But we're all feeling this. We're all on the same page. Great minds think alike. Yesterday, the World Health Organization ended global health emergency designation for COVID. While the acute phase of the virus is over, we still have a long road to recovery. Let us not turn a blind eye or ear to the silent sirens that we or someone else is in need of help. I encourage you to take care of yourselves, your neighbors, and each other. Thank you.
Before you leave the stage, Sandra, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for being the person that you are. You didn't have to take my phone call when I called you the very first time, the day after you received the vaccine. You accepted my call, and since then, we have been parlaying and growing together. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you.
Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry about a thing.
Don't worry about a thing. The mayor is here.
Gonna be alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely lucky and proud to have in our midst a very special guest who we know has a super duper busy schedule. And we're so grateful for his presence, the Honorable Mayor Eric Adams. He served, give it up for the mayor. He served the people of New York as an NYPD officer, state senator, Brooklyn Borough president, and now the 110th mayor of the city of New York. He gave voice to a diverse coalition of working families in all 5 boroughs and is leading the fight back. New York is back. Our economy to reduce inequality, improve public safety, and build a stronger, healthier city that delivers to all New Yorkers. Please help me welcome our mayor, Mayor Eric L. Adams.
You know, you wearing that outfit. Thank you. Where's my brother JR? During the pandemic, his show Reset brought on so many important guests, and we were able to really just give information to our community in the manner in which we receive it. And we cannot thank you enough, brother, for what you have done. Really, really appreciate it. And I wanted to get here. I have a few more events tonight, but I just want to come here and just really lift you up and just really thank you. And it just starts the whole process of using communication. We have to communicate and use it the right way. Our ancestors fought for a long time for this moment. Right now, New York City is the most important city on the globe. We need to really understand this moment. And because of the praying, the marching, the protest, the fighting, we wanted to reach a point where we could have real power. We have the mayor is of color, the public advocate is of color, the 3 of the district attorneys in New York, they are of color, the AG is of color, the leader in the minority party in Congress, Hakeem Jeffries, is of color, Letitia James of color, the leader in the assembly is of color, the leader in the Senate is of color, the number of committee chairs, they are of color. So when folks run around saying fight the power, I keep saying, Negro, you are the power. We have all of this power. 4 of the top cities in America right now, Chicago, Houston, Los Angeles, New York, have mayors of color. Look at the major corporations, United Airlines and others, CEOs of color. All of this power. The question is, what are we going to do with it? That's the question. New York City alone have a $106 billion budget, $21 billion in procurement for goods and services. If you just sell the toilet tissue to H&H, you are a multi-millionaire. If you sell the Xerox paper to the Department of Education, hundreds of millions of dollars. If you sell the cleaning supplies just to clean the floors of our buildings, you're a multi-millionaire. Yet when you look at it, we only receiving 3% of the contracts that come out of that multi-billion dollars. It's a Matthew 21:12 moment. I didn't go become mayor. Jesus went to the temple. They were doing wrong in his temple. What did he do? He turned the table over. I'm going to City Hall to turn the table over. I'm not going to just go through the motion. And so you have to ask yourself, why are they attacking Eric all the time? I'm messing with their paper. And so when I hear our folks attempt to do what they did to David Dinkins, when they tore down David Dinkins, who do we get? Giuliani. People that understand government They understand the intricacies that I am doing and what I am putting in place. They know the investment I'm doing in foster care children who are overwhelmingly black and brown. They understand why I'm doing dyslexia screening in all of our schools, because 40% of our brothers and sisters on Rikers Island are dyslexic. They start to break down what Eric is doing, and then you look at my administration. First deputy mayor of color, sister. First police commissioner, woman of color. First chief advisor, a sister. The chief of staff, second black woman to ever hold that position. You know who had the first one? David Dinkins. First person to run the Department of Correction, Latino brother, first time in history. First Filipino to be a deputy mayor. First East Indian to be a deputy mayor. Start doing an analysis of who and what I am putting in place, and you will see the empowerment I am doing of those who were left outside and finally are inside government. I didn't come here to go through the motion. I'm coming here to run the most important city on the globe. That's what we are. And to do it right, have to have a brother like this to get the message out. We must have our own form of communication. We cannot allow others to communicate for us. If I didn't have your show, when I was 13 points behind Andrew Yang, I would not be mayor right now because of your show. I was able to speak directly to people while everyone else, all other major networks were hating, you were elevating. And that elevation brought me to be the mayor of the largest and most important city in our nation. Cannot thank you enough. That's why I'm here tonight, because I love you, I appreciate you, and I wish you much success. Thank you, brother.
So this is the story. This is the real story. When they tear you down, they tear me down. They call me every week, oh, your mayor is this and your mayor is that. And you know what I say? That's my leader. And why I know that you're a leader is simple. When I started the platform, I told my partners at Caribbean Power Jam, I'm going to reach out to Eric Adams, who was then the borough president, and my sister, Yvette Clark. Now, we grew our platform from 18,000 listeners to minutes away from 1 million. And it started with you, and it started with Yvette. So you are my leader. I don't care what anybody else has said. You are my leader, my brother.
Thank you.
Every time.
The mayor, Eric, just keep doing what you're doing because you're doing it right. All right. This place got warmed up all of a sudden. Lovely, lovely. So on we go, celebrating the wonderful team here that comes to us every Friday. Accomplished in the word is the word to describe the woman we're about to honor. Come back, come back. Okay, we'll take a break for the mayor's sake. You got any jokes? Play some music. New York. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out at Brooklyn, now I'm down in Tribeca, right next to the Narrow, but I'll be hood forever. I'm the new Sinatra, and since I made it here, I can make it anywhere. Yeah, they love me everywhere. I used to cop in Harlem, all of my Dominicanos right there up on Broadway. Pulled me back to that McDonald's, took it to my stash spot, 560 State Street. Catch me in the kitchen like a Simmons whipping pastry. Cruising down A Street, off-white Lexus, driving so slow, but BK is from Texas. Me, I'm out that Bed-Stuy, home of that boy Biggie. Now I live on Billboard, and I brought my boys with me. Say what up to Tata, still sipping my top, sitting courtside, Knicks and Nets give me high five. Nigga, I be spiked out, I could trip a referee. Tell by my attitude that I most definitely from. With OG at a Yankee game. Shit, I made the Yankee hat more famous than a Yankee can. You should know I bleed blue, but I ain't a crypto. But I got a gang of niggas walking with my click though. Welcome to the melting pot. Corners where we selling rock. Africa been by the shit. Home of the hip hop. Yellow cap, gypsy cap, dollar cap, holla back. For foreigners it ain't fair, they act like they forgot how to act. 8 million stories out there in the naked city. It's a pity half of y'all won't make it. Me, I got a plug special ed, I got it made. If Jesus paying LeBron, I'm paying Dwayne Wade. 3 dice CeeLo, 3 card Marley. Labor Day parade, rest in peace Bob Marley. Statue of Liberty, long live the World Trade, long live the King, yo. I'm from the Empire State, that's... Is blinding. Girls need blinders so they could step out of bounds quick. The sidelines is lined with casualties who sip the life casually, then gradually become worse. Don't bite the apple eve. Caught up in the in crowd, now you're in style. And in the winter gets cold, in vogue with your skin out. City of sin, it's a pity on a whim. Good girls going bad, the city's filled with them. Mommy took a bus trip, now she got a bust out. Everybody ride her, just like a bus route. Hail Mary to the city, you're a virgin. And Jesus can't save you, life starts when the church in. Came here for school, graduated to the highlight. Ball players, rap stars, addicted to the limelight. Empty and May got you feeling like a champion. The city never sleeps, better slip you an ambient.
It's only the mayor of New York that can interrupt my show. All right, let's get back to celebrating our core panel. Nicole, Jordan, Martin, if you're not in the room, please get her in the room, JR, because I have to say some things about this lady. Here she comes. All right. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap once. Okay, on we go. Accomplish is the word to describe the woman who we are about to honor. As the CEO of Community Care Division for New York City Health and Hospitals, she provides leadership and oversight for the certified home health care and community-based care management programs. People over there, we're talking about an important lady. I'd like to have your attention, please. Okay, and for the people outside, come back, please. This is an important person. Having recently led the New York City Test and Trace Corps COVID-19 Take Care Hotel program, our next honoree has several healthcare delivery system transformation roles nationally and internationally, and I can personally attest to some of her passion. She served as the project country director for the Francois Xavier Bagon Center at UMDNJ, where she led the design and implementation, monitoring and evaluation of a 5-year infrastructural project in Guyana, South America, under the auspices of the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. JR, pay attention. Thank you. She has also consulted with WHO on a regional approach to scaling up the prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and pediatric HIV care and treatment in Africa. She received her MPA in Public Health Administration from Long Island University, BS in Health Services Administration from St. Joseph's College, where she also earned certificates in healthcare management and home care administration. She is currently a doctoral student at the George Washington University. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our Leadership Award for continually providing amazing resources to our community, our honoree, Nicole.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
Good evening. Thank you so much. My day began with fasting, which I've been doing for the last 20 years, Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. So JR, thank you for feeding me and helping me to break my fast tonight. I'm so grateful. I started off my day with the book of Psalms, and I've never met an issue that the book of Psalms does not address. And today it was, I lift up mine eyes, from whence cometh my help. And so the Bob Marley song, Everything is Gonna Be All Right, that's what comes from that psalm. I'm really honored to be here this evening to accept this recognition and to be reminded that I've chosen a life of service to others. JR, you've created this incredible community and an opportunity to spend a few hours every week giving back to our brothers and sisters. Tonight, this room has incredible pedigree. When I look at all of the honorees, Congresswoman Clark, who I fan out over, Dr. Syra Madad, my colleague that is the CEO for New York City Health and Hospitals Metropolitan, Christina Contreras, my fellow panelists in the reset, all these powerful women, their inspiration, their food for every day, to remain committed. I want to thank my mom, who departed this earth 9 years ago, and who broke the cycle for women in our family by working 3 jobs so that her first daughter could go to college and become a first-generation college graduate. Everything I do is to honor her sacrifice, bringing us to this country, which offers so much opportunity, and I've not wasted those opportunities. To my team at New York City Health and Hospitals, incredible team at Community Care. You all are amazing people. I'm so honored I get to be your leader and work with you every day, going into our communities, serving our patients in their homes, in the shelters, in the streets, wherever they are. It's an honor and a privilege to serve with you every day, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your commitment to serving others. And lastly, I want to say I'm a big fan of Sizzler. And so today I listened to his song, Good Ways, multiple times. My mom always said, you only have your good name. And when I married that with Sizzler's song, Good Ways, which says, go and have good ways and you'll have long days. So I want to encourage all of you to use your good name, to have good ways and do good things, and you will have long days. Jordan Neely did not deserve to lose his life because he was in mental health crisis. It is our problem as a community to take responsibility for each other and to help and be kind to each other. No one should lose their life because they're in mental health crisis. And so I ask you for a moment of silence in recognition and honor of his life. Thank you.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a
Listen,
diamond.
I don't want to drag on the show. The host told me I come up at the end, but it's important. Nicole, it's so important. When Claire told me there's this young, powerful woman that you need to connect with, and I called you and I said, I want you to be on the talk show. I was only hoping that you would say yes, simply because when you are the CEO of Community Care at New York City Health and Hospitals, and you could sit on the reset panel, I knew that immediately the ratings will continue to go up. So I have to thank you, for being so gracious and taking time out from that busy job that you have every Friday to come on and give us 2 hours. Nicole, I owe you a whole lot of gratitude. I'm not fumbling for words, but I feel like a rock star. I get to talk to Dr. Madad, who's an infectious disease specialist, and the CEO, and of course my buddy is the mayor. I'm really happening, but thanks to you. And of course we have the pastor that's coming up and the attorney that's coming up that's going to turn this place upside down, because as the slogan goes, we have some of the best minds in the country. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, JR.
Oh, no worries. All right. I don't know what happened. Raul, can you wrangle? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's bring the people back. Come on in. We have some important core panelists to honor. Come on in, people. JR is like the man about town. JR is downstairs, JR is in the kitchen, JR is out here, JR is out there. He's got it going on. All right, we are going to move ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, there's this song, I don't know if some of you know it. I'm sure you do. It's an oldie but goodie, and I'm just going to sing like the top line. And it says, going down San Fernando. Do we know that song? Look at Attorney Archibald's just shaking his head because he knows where this is going. Well, he hails from San Fernando, the southern capital of the twin island republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Our next honoree's credentials reads like a scroll. Moving to the U.S. in 1975, he received his Bachelor's of Arts in Communications from Brooklyn College in 1982. During his years at Brooklyn College, he was active in student government, and in particular, the Caribbean Students' Union, where he helped champion the cause of minority student organizations for financial parity and inclusion. And in 1980, was in part responsible for electing the first person of color to the Office of Student Government President in Brooklyn's college 50-year history. In 1987, he was admitted to Brooklyn Law School's Evening Division. Having accelerated his graduation by a year by attending successive summer session courses, he graduated from Brooklyn Law School in 1990 and was admitted as member to the New York State Bar in 1991. He started his legal career in 1990 at the Big Six accounting firm of Coopers & Lybrand, now PricewaterhouseCoopers. He's a licensed member of the New York State Bar, and he's also licensed to practice law in Jamaica, and is eligible to practice in any Commonwealth jurisdiction. Here's why I say his credentials reads like a scroll. I'm just going to roll them off for you. He's a member of the New York State Bar Association. He's a member of the Brooklyn Bar Association. He's a member of the New York State Trial Lawyers Association. He's a member of the Jamaican Bar Association in the West Indies. In recognition of his commitment of service to the community, he has been honored by the following entities: Barrister of the Year Award, West Indian American Progressive Action Council; Boys and Girls High School Alumni Association; Brooklyn Law School Black Law Students Association; Caribbean Women's Health Association; Mid-Brooklyn Civic Association; New York State Assembly; New York Public School, St. Joseph's College, and has been an adjunct professor at St. Joseph College in Brooklyn, New York since 1992. Throughout his 20-plus year career, he has been tapped as a legal analyst on both radio and television in New York, including our very own The Reset Talk Show. Ladies and gentlemen, your accomplishments simply can't get any stellar than this. We would like to honor, celebrate the founder and lead litigator of RVA and our best attorney honoree tonight, Attorney Roger Archibald.
You're walking on sunshine. And I got to tell you that you're doing fine. Walking on sunshine.
You know, when people start saying things about you and you feel a bit embarrassed because it puts you in a place that you may not necessarily want to be. Now, one of the things that I admire most about the Reset Talk Show is that it gave different professionals of different disciplines an opportunity to expound upon areas in very granular ways to make the public understand and appreciate areas of whether it be medicine, whether it be social work, whether it be mental health, whether it be the law, in a way that spoke to our community. Now, one of the monikers that I got by being on the show was that I was the professor. And I accept that moniker because I believe in order to truly appreciate and understand why things are the way they are today, you have to understand your history. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson, and I hope not to bore you. But in January of 1863, Abraham Lincoln wrote into law the Emancipation Proclamation. And I'm sure everyone in this room understands what that proclamation meant. It meant that the slaves were no longer enslaved, that they were now free. But it took 2.5 years for that information to get to the masses. It wasn't until June 19th, 1865, that all enslaved Africans became free. And today we have a holiday, Juneteenth, celebrating it. So a lot of folks don't quite understand the history of Juneteenth to know why it's of importance, why it's of significance, and why is it that we celebrate it today. And that's the reason why, because knowledge came to the masses. And that's what the Reset Talk Show did. One of the topics we covered was, what happened between Juneteenth and the enslavement again of our people in the late 1800s and early 1900s. Because after the slaves were freed, we all know that was a period we call Reconstruction. And during Reconstruction, they literally was reconstructing the damage to the South that was done as a result of the Civil War. And that was an amazing period of time for people of African ancestry, because for the first time we had senators, we had Congress people, we had mayors, and we had people who, for the first time, owned property that couldn't own property before. It was an amazing time to be a freed person of African ancestry. Then lo and behold, the folks in the South decided, wait a minute, these freed Africans are gaining on us, and we better do something about it. So you know what they did? It's called Jim Crow. They passed laws that enslaved us all over again. You couldn't vote. You couldn't live in certain neighborhoods. You couldn't have certain jobs, right? You couldn't date people of different races if you so chose to. You couldn't marry them. All of this now is Jim Crow, further suppressing the freedoms that the Emancipation Proclamation put in place. And these are the things that we discussed on the Reset Talk Show. And hopefully by discussing these things, we empowered black people to understand their history. And black history, or African American history, is American history. Because when you understand what happened to people of African ancestry, you understand what happened to America. And everyone needs to understand it in order to appreciate why things are the way they are today, right? Then on the Reset Talk Show, we decided to continue the lineage. So everyone understands, okay, after Jim Crow, what happened? After Jim Crow, what happened was the civil rights movement. So we get in now into the 1960s, 50s and 60s. I'm not going to mention any names. I'm not going to call Martin Luther King and all the others because I don't think that's necessary. But what is necessary is what happened during that era. I could tell you what happened. We got the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Gave everybody the right to vote. Not just people of African ancestries, but women and other immigrants who were kept out of the process. They were now led into the process as a result of the civil rights movement. You know what we also got? We got the Voting Rights Act, yeah, but we got the Housing Act. We got the Housing Act that permits people to buy houses where they were kept out of. They were redlined, and by redlining, it was literally people drawing a red line around neighborhoods where blacks could not buy property. So that act came into being that helped people get homes where they couldn't get homes before. As a matter of fact, there were certain communities that were built, and one is still in existence not too far from here in Levittown, that in the deed to these properties, it specifically said they will not sell to blacks and Jews. They wouldn't permit them to live in these neighborhoods. And that was the law. So you need to understand that. And on the Reset Talk Show, we gave you that information so you could appreciate why it is certain people live in certain neighborhoods and others simply do not. Then we got into understanding neighborhoods that thrived, and as a result of their thriving, they became targets. In particular, we celebrated a century a couple of years ago of the Tulsa Massacre, which happened in 1921 in an all-black neighborhood, and back then they called it the Black Wall Street. If you ever heard of the Black Wall Street, that's what we're talking about. Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know what happened back then? The government permitted bombs to be dropped on that neighborhood. They burnt it to the ground. Over 1,000 people lost their lives. And today, in 2023, not one individual was ever prosecuted for that massacre. Not one. All of the homes that were burnt, no insurance company, whether it be Allstate, State Farm, Progressive, name all the big insurance companies, paid one claim. They denied every single claim. They found a clause in those insurance policies that said, for this type of action, this is a riot, is what they call it. It's not covered. But it wasn't a riot. It was a massacre. And we made sure that the people who were listening to the Reset understood that and became empowered by the knowledge so they can discuss it with their children and their families so everyone could appreciate the magnitude of what happened in 1921. We also discussed the Seneca Village. Seneca Village, another prominent African American community around 86th Street in Manhattan. That's now where Central Park is. And you know what they did? The government in the state of New York decided they used a draconian land grabbing policy known as eminent domain. And they took that land from these freed slaves. And they dispersed the slaves. They weren't slaves anymore. They were freed Africans. They dispersed them into the farther reaches of Long Island. Places like Ronkonkoma, places that are inhospitable. That's where they sent them so they can have today's Central Park. Eminent domain, known as Seneca Village. This happened back in 1825, 1850. Between that period of time, they cleared an entire community of our people because they wanted a fancy park for people that didn't look like us. That's what it's all about. Then we got into politics and the presidential race. And one of the things that we focused on, and it's very relevant today, is the presidency and the power of the president. Not only that, but we also focus on the two houses within our government, the Senate and the House, and how important it is for us to select the right people to put into those positions. And I'll tell you why. On the Reset Talk Show, we predicted, and it happened true to form, that Roe v. Wade would be overturned. We predicted it. And we were able to predict it because of the moves that the then president was making. And we were talking in particular about the selection of the members of the United States Supreme Court. And we spoke about the fact that we really would like Ruth Bader Ginsburg to hold on. And she held on for as long as she could. And remember when she passed, it was about 3 to 4 months before the election. 3 to 4 months. And the then president and a young man named Mitch McConnell, I'm being generous when I say that, they pushed through Amy Coney Barrett's nomination within 62 days. If you remember, a year and a half prior to that, when Obama was the president, right, coming to the end of his term, we had a year plus to go, and Mitch McConnell said, in the last year of a president's reign, you shouldn't have him nominate a new Supreme Court justice. And that's the law of the land that he made at the time, and he said that's why they won't vote on Obama's choice, which was Garland, who is now in the Department of Justice. They didn't put him in office. And the same Mitch McConnell and the same Lindsey Graham that said it with a straight face that during the last year you won't do it, they made an about face, and nobody held them responsible for that. And they put Amy Coney Barrett in. And true to form, one of the first cases they went after was Roe v. Wade. It's no longer the law of the land. And you needed to understand that to appreciate why your choices for your political leaders are important. I could stay here all night, but I'm not going to. Okay? I'm gonna just discuss one more issue that we at the Reset Talk Show focused on. We wanted to make sure that when you go to vote, you understand why it is so important to vote, because so many people lost their lives for us to have the right to vote. So when election time comes around and you become apathetic and you say, well, nothing is going to happen if I vote, that is not a true statement. And you need to appreciate how powerful that right to vote that you got is. Back in the day, before we had the Voting Rights Act, people were actually killed trying to go vote. They came up with things such as literacy tests. That's illegal, that's not permissible. And they know most freed Africans didn't know how to read or write. Not because of anything they did, but because of what the system of enslavement did. It kept them from learning to read or write. So with all these impediments that was put in the way, it ensured that those in power stayed in power. And lo and behold, 100+ years later, some of the same draconian rules and laws are being passed to prevent people from voting. For example, it's illegal in some states to give folks food or water waiting online to vote. It's illegal to vote by mail in certain places. It's now required that you have to have photo identification to vote. And it's interesting though, because all of these laws that are put in place seem to only be targeted towards communities of color. So you understand the power of the vote that they're trying to prevent from taking effect. So if they understand it, then what is your excuse for not understanding it as well? To go out there and exercise your franchise. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the indulgence this evening, but I just felt the need to give you an appreciation for the types of topics that we covered on the Reset Talk Show and the reasons why those topics were covered. And for that, I thank you and good night.
Wow. I must say that if you have not tuned into the Reset show on the radio before, after listening to Attorney Archibald, you must and should tune in to the Reset show. So we're moving along. We know the night is moving into the wee hours, so let's get cracking. All right. Our next core panel honoree was born in Brooklyn, New York in 1974. He's the proud son of the former Deputy Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Commerce, the Honorable Sir Louis Hilton Straker Sr. and Lady Linda V. Straker. After spending the first 5 years of his life raised in his mother's hometown of Port of Spain, Trinidad, he returned to America to begin his formal education and is a byproduct of the New York City public school and CUNY system. Raised in the church his entire life, he was sensitive to the voice of the Holy Spirit, calling him to the office of pastor in 2007 after many years of denial. Interestingly enough, he desired a career in the music industry and spent many years owning his craft, studying and observing some of the biggest names in the recording industry. But no, God had other plans. A devoted husband and father, happily married to the former LaTanya T. Bryce for over 24 years, together they have produced two handsome young men, Louis III and Landon. As pastor of the Reflections Church in the East Flatbush section of Brooklyn, New York, he is leading hundreds of people who have been enriched by his powerful preaching and teaching, and who are left empowered through the various programs and seminars designed to enhance the lives of people in its community and beyond. Under his leadership, his ministry is actively engaged in building a multi-million-dollar project for a new church home that will be a resource to the community, equipping lives for this world and prayerfully the world to come. He's an active member and serves on the executive team for the 67th Precinct Clergy Counseling Corporation, titled the God Squad, combating gun violence and other related issues within the confines of the 67th Precinct and throughout the city. Ladies and gentlemen, our next honoree is simply put a class act. He is the prescient, the prognostic, the prophetic voice of the Reset Talk Show. Put your hands together for our Mentorship Award outstanding role model who gives valuable efforts in our community, honoree Pastor Louis Straker.
Waking up, thanking God. Every day is feeling just like Sunday. Wifey fly by my side. Green light, everything is going my way. Riding clean, living dreams. Just left the barber and I'm feeling like Midas. Heard him say, give him praise.
If we could help somebody as we pass along, if we could share somebody with a word or song, if we can show somebody that is traveling wrong, then our living will not be in vain. Then our living will not be in vain, then our living will not be in vain. If we can help somebody as we pass along, then our living shall not be in vain. Hallelujah. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor Straker. This has been an incredible evening. We've had church, we've had a history lesson, we've had rap, we've had it all. It's like JR to, put a program together that has it all. Thank you. So I want to really acknowledge some of our sponsors again: New York City Health and Hospitals Metropolitan, New York City Health and Hospitals Community Care, Caribbean Power Jam Radio, and JRG International Entertainment. Give them a round of applause. So before we present the next award to two amazingly talented young women, I'd like to acknowledge one of last year's Reset Awards recipients, the 2022 Sports Honoree, Aaliyah Abrams. Aaliyah, come, please join me. My goodness, she's grown up since last year. She is the first Guyanese to qualify for the World Championships in track and field after a blistering 50.77 seconds. And she runs 400 at the Tom Jones Invitational just this past April 15th, where she was second behind Jamaican Stacey Ann Williams, who won the race at the same time, 50.12 seconds. In a few moments, you'll hear why it's fitting that Aaliyah is here on stage. Unless you've been living under a rock, I'm certain that you've heard about a high school in West Hempstead, Long Island, is celebrating an incredible achievement. This year, two twin sisters at West Hempstead High School have been named valedictorian and salutatorian of their high school's graduating class. Gloria and Victoria secured the number 1 and number 2 rankings at West Hempstead Secondary School with a 105.3 grade point average and a 104.9 respectively, finishing in the top 5th percentile of their graduating class. The 17-year-olds are fraternal twins, had realized their longtime dream. Hard work pays off. We've been working for this for a long time, but we will never know what can happen in 4 years. So we're very happy that it turned out this way, the way we wanted, said Victoria. Their school principal is not shocked by this. Nothing that the twins do or share, a strong tenacity, they have a very special ability to create goals for themselves and to stick to those goals. Their persistence is evident. We've learned that these two young ladies are also very competitive among themselves. Gloria said, "It's like saying how iron sharpens iron. We really use each other to improve upon ourselves." The twins will be attending Yale University in Connecticut in the fall. And plan on majoring in computer science, specifically in AI. In addition to their academic pros, the high school seniors are both athletic superstars, both earning all state honors in track and field, a sport they hope to continue in college. And that's why you're here, Aliyah, right? To present the 2023 Reset Honors for the Best Student Athlete Award to twin sisters, Gloria and Victoria. Gloria.
What a girl wants, what a girl needs, whatever makes me happy sets you free. And I'm thanking you for knowing exactly what a girl wants, what a girl needs, whatever keeps me in your arms. And I'm thanking
Okay, wow. Thank you so much for this recognition. I am so honored to be here in front of this incredible audience. I'm so grateful for this recognition. Yeah, I like to say that to make it here, I like to give thanks to my family who has given endless support, my coaches, Coach Jude specifically, and of course JR who gave me the courteous invitation here. I would like to leave a message here for a couple of high school students that I know are in the audience. My 9th grade timid self would not believe that I would be standing on this stage or that I would have been able to achieve what I had. And if I were to tell my 9th grade self a message, I would like her to know, and the high school students who are sitting in the audience, to go for it, to dream as big as possible. Because if someone even a year ago told me that I would graduate salutatorian, I would earn an international medal for Haiti, or I'd be on CNN, I would say that you're crazy. So it just goes to show that you have to dream big and you have to believe in yourself and trust God's plan. Yes, I guess you said it all, and that's all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. They're going to go places. So we are going to pivot to the Spotlight Award. Ladies and gentlemen, every now and then, someone truly remarkable and special comes along. They dedicate their lives to servicing others, and upon reflection, these types of people are iconic. Our next honoree is such an icon. Born in Manchester, England, he is the executive director of the Crown Heights Jewish Community Council. Having pursued rabbinic studies in New Jersey and in the Central Yeshiva, he received his rabbinical ordination in 1980. For 18 years, from 85 to 2003, our honoree served as the director of CHAD at New York University, building a vibrant Jewish communal and religious life on the NYU campus and providing spiritual guidance to the students, faculty, and staff. In spring 2009, Rabbi Cohen was selected as executive director of Crown Heights Jewish Community Council, and since that time, he's worked closely with the distinguished board of directors of the council. He and his wife are dedicated their lives to providing assistance to all residents of Crown Heights in every ethnic group and creed, to creating a more cohesive community among the various ethnicities and ethnic communities of Crown Heights, and to present the Crown Heights Jewish community to a broader New York community and beyond. Please put your hands together for our Spotlight Award and Bridging Racial Divides honoree, Rabbi Eli Cohen.
One world is enough for all of us. One world is enough for all of us.
So I'm going to learn one thing I'm not going to learn from Pastor Strake. I can't do this, do it in music. I'm sorry. But one thing I will learn from Pastor Strake is to be brief, because the hour is late, and I know it's been a long and a beautiful program with so many important people. And we rushed over here right after the Sabbath to join. And I just want to say that one of the important features of the Reset program has been the desire to embrace a broader community. And with so many different people living in Crown Heights, and specifically the Hasidic and the Caribbean communities that share this community together with many others, but being the predominant presence there. And it was interesting, Attorney Archibald did mention, I'm not going to learn from you on a length of speech, sorry, but I learned a lot of things about the community and history and important things. And one of the things he mentioned was there were covenants for Jews and blacks could not live there, right? And we have shared adversity, and we have shared also the ability to overcome adversity and build together. And in the civil rights movement, it was Jews and blacks that stood together in the South and coming up here to fight discrimination. And it's a shared goal that all people should be able to live in peace and in harmony together. So that, in that honor, I recognized JR and the tremendous work he's done and his determination to have the Jewish community represented on this program. And to all of you, it's just an honor to be part of this. So thank you, and we'll do many great things together.
One world is enough for all of us. One world is enough for all of us. It's a subject we're ready.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you we're winding down. We're winding down. So, we're coming down to having our lovely host, JR, make some remarks. We owe the entire Reset Awards program to this individual, and he honestly needs zero introduction. At the helm, as founder and CEO of JRG Entertainment for over 30 years, Guyanese-American Fitzgerald Giddings Jr. grew up in Brooklyn, surrounded by and emulating his late father, Fitzgerald Giddings Sr. All of you know that JRG Entertainment is a powerhouse in successful high-end entertainment and has been producing fashion shows and theme parties in the tri-state area with one singular mission, and that is to offer upscale entertainment polished with a trademark of distinction while providing networking and recreational opportunities with a focus on the multicultural community at large. Would you say we've accomplished that mission with the Reset Awards? Right? I know. And we all know that the JR of JRG Entertainment likes to keep things fresh and innovative. His most recent venture being that which we are living in right now, the partnership with the very popular Caribbean Power Jam Radio, with JR as host to the regularly scheduled Friday mornings live talk show. Aptly titled for 2020, Coping During the Coronavirus Pandemic, a pandemic within a pandemic, now we've pivoted to the Reset Talk Show. Ladies and gentlemen, please get on your feet and welcome the myth, the man, the legend, Fitzgerald Giddings Jr.
Start it. Zombie on the track. Start it. Zombie on the track. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Well, like our good mayor. You know, we got together 3 years ago, the mayor, Congresswoman Clark, and we started a pandemic within a pandemic. I'm not going to be long because everyone is tired. And I'm very gracious to both of them. And since then, the Congresswoman has gone on to become the first vice chair of the Black Caucus. And of course, the borough president is now the mayor. So I think I'm in good company. But first things first, without my panel, without some of the best minds in the country, bar none, the reset would not be the reset. I mean, when you listen to Attorney Archibald, not only do you get an attorney you get a professor. So with our 2 hours on air every Friday, people tune in because they get good information. And the way he would disseminate the information, it really illuminates who he is. Attorney Archibald, I must tell you, when you're on the show, people call me up and they say, boy, JR, I had to get a pad because I had to write down so much information. So I'm going to go quickly. And then, of course, we have Nurse Patricia. She is the baby of the bunch. Okay, we have Dr. Giddings, we have Dr. Abner, we have Nicole Jordan-Martin, and we have Pastor Straker. Of course, we have Professor Pia, we have Assistant Principal Mertens. You see why this platform is so unique? Because we cover all the angles. There's no other platform, bar none, across the country that is doing what we're doing. So let me tell you about Pastor Straker. So Pastor Straker comes to the platform and he ties everything together spiritually without making you feel like you're in church. But you get the information because he delivers the message, and he delivers the message the right way. He brings the human element to pastoring. So I got to give it up to all of the panelists that are on this talk show. I continue to say it, I'm the glorified player in this, because without them, I wouldn't be here and we wouldn't be able to accomplish all that we've accomplished. So I want to thank everyone. Of course, I have to thank the sponsors. I have to thank Caribbean Power Jam, because with us partnering and doing this, it's making a huge difference. And I humbly want to thank everyone that's here tonight. But I also want to point out one thing. When we started a pandemic within a pandemic, and Dr. Lindsay and Dr. Chester and, of course, Nurse Patricia, they made a difference. But, of course, our lead scientist, Dr. Massey, they're black like us, brown like us, and people started to listen. They started to pay attention. We made a difference. And I told Sandra this, I don't know if she remembered. After we got together, after you got your vaccine, and I put it out on air that you're going to be on, we jumped by 25,000 listeners that Friday. I counted, I checked the stats, and it's people like you and Nurse Patricia. I can't thank you enough. You know, I can't thank. When I stop and I think about where we are right now, nobody believed that we would be here right now. So our healthcare professionals, they do an amazing job. But thanks to the reset, the best minds in the country, we started from the bottom, and we're here, and we're going, and we're going. Good night, everyone. But listen, you get a chance to take pictures with the panelists. Let's just end the night that way. Make sure we celebrate them. And I am not an advocate to tell anybody about going to church. But if you want to get the message, you got to go to Reflections Church and listen to Pastor Straker. You have to do that. And I am not an advocate for telling anyone about church, but the brilliant pastor, AKA the brilliant pastor, you got to hear him on Sundays. Good night, everyone.
We're here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we're here.
1 minute, hold up.
Started
hold up,
from the bottom.
Stop. Everybody stop. Please, Keisha, Martin, we have a performer here. You see, the mayor came in and he upturned the whole program. He upturned the whole, Keisha, one song, 3 minutes, let them see your talent, and then Pablo G. Okay, come on, Keisha, come on. Don't move anyone. Mayor Adams, I'm gonna call him tomorrow. He upset our program here tonight. DJ, cue up Keisha Martin.